Hello. Okay, so plan for today is to work out how to get a random chance of starting to appear. Um, so currently in our game, if we pull up all the code and everything over here, our current situation is that we have our game, it all works great, but there's no trigger to start it, right? Currently it just kind of loops and yeah, you do your fish command and then when you get hit 10 it pulls something but then it starts back at 1. But that's kind of boring because you just sit there and spam fish, 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 fish all the time. So what we want is there to be like a random chance of it starting up. We don't want it to be just looping like that, or tempting to get something to. And my initial thought for doing it was that we had to make another deck. I spoke about this at the end of last stream as well, that we make another deck and we use that as the timer, and then that turns on or off this deck, which is the game. But I did learn recently that there is actually something in here that lets us toggle on and off the buttons themselves. And I even added it here. So in this case, we've got a button trigger. So I've now got it set up so that our command that does the counter will then trigger the code for all the fish related stuff and all the imagery. Hopefully that doesn't break things, but it means I don't need the trigger here. I can just have the single button checking out the trigger. But I made some notes here as well. But yeah, we've got this trigger button, but there's also, if we look under button, there's this trigger button, there's stop button group, and then there's modify button group. Actually, the modify isn't what we want. I think it was the stop one. Oh, also the block. So if we look at stop, and we look at the block button as well, we've got all these options. And if I go into the page on, or the documentation on SAMMI, we can go into buttons here, and it gives us the explanations. So in our stop button group, the explanation is it stops the given button group or ID on all the buttons in the decks from running. So we can choose to stop ongoing and queued buttons too. And that will probably come into play at the end, because we will want to stop the fish button after the pull. So it pulls it, it figures that out and stuff. We may even want to stop the command trigger after this if statement. So it's like if I've got it here, right? So if it gets to this point where it resets, which is this else statement. So if the message counter gets to 4, if the message counter is less than 4, do this first one, and if it's above 4, it resets the counter to 1, and does all that stuff, which is our reset function. But now I've also added in trigger the button and then block this command. So any further triggers aren't going to trigger that. And then this delay I've got as the exact same as our delay over here. Actually, it's not the exact same. I'll have to change that. But yeah, but it'll be this 3000. So let's change that now. It's this same one. But we might remove this and instead have it that if it gets to this part, shut this button off completely. So that it triggers back and trigger our random starter again. That's the plan. We need to get a loop going in here. And then from there we can add in some extra stuff, like if nothing happens for too long, the fish goes away kind of thing. Or if chat takes too long to catch the fish, we can also try and put in timers, but that's like the steps for after. For now, we just want some sort of random starting point. That's what I'm thinking, that we use that. So that's the stop button. So the stop button was, yep, so choose to stop ongoing and queued buttons. If you stop all buttons, you can specify where to stop. So the button ID group, stop ongoing, choose whether the ongoing button should be stopped. Stop queued, choose whether the queued button should be stopped. And include self, whether you want to stop this button as well. Which is going to be really handy. So we can, this includes self one will be particularly good. So we can tell it to stop itself. And then our block was, it doesn't cancel the button group. So if there's something ongoing, it won't cancel it, but does prevent any existing queues from happening when its turn does. The block does not persist when it's restarted. The resetting. So the big difference there is if we block this, it will still run the next thing. It just won't let new commands come in. But it should still run the rest of the command. As opposed to the stop, where it just stops it completely, can't be activated. Every command from that point on stops. It just complete freeze. That's kind of my understanding of it at the moment, but we'll see if that works in practice. So using that, these are my notes. Have this a way to trigger itself. Let's see exactly what. Use the trigger as a way to have the trigger itself, as well as after the fish catch, have that button trigger this one to reset the game. Use random values as the timer, so that's the other thing. So we'll pull a random value, and then it'll basically be if it hits, let's say we set the random value, and we'll bring up random value. And we'll say it's available, but yeah, basically it's like, minimum value of 1 and a maximum of 100, right? And then I'm not sure what the allow float is. We'll have to look at that. But basically, it's like, hey, these are your two ends. Pick me a random number every however long. And then when you hit, say, 20, trigger the game. So that's my thinking there. So we can do that. So let's do random. So our variable for this will be something like random underscore number. And then we want an if statement. Okay, we want if our value of random number, whatever this variable is equal to, let's say, 50. So middle of the range. So if it's equal to 50, we want to trigger. We want to trigger. No, we want a block, right? So we want the block to come off the other button and group. So effectively we're unblocking it. So we want the block to come off our fish command trigger, which is this ID here. And we want a stop of our, let's name this random data, just so that we know what we're referring to here. We stop our random data, we stop our ongoing, we stop anything that's queued. I mean, in this case, it does include self, right? But we're stopping it, making it stop itself. We actually are also going to put in an extra switch thing, and I can't remember its name. What's it called? Change source visibility. So we actually want one of these in here. And the reason we want one of these in here is, and it's actually exactly this one, we want our little 0% fish circles become visible. All right, so that way we know this is triggered. Now, if... so that's our basic command, right? If this random number hits, run this. But if it doesn't, then what we want is a button trigger. Right? We want it to trigger itself. So effectively we want this to run again. We don't want it queuable, we only want it to... Actually, we kind of do want it queuable, right? Because we want to make sure that it keeps looping. Although we shouldn't need to queue it, but we'll add queuable just to be on the safe side. But we want a little bit of a delay, right? So we only want it to like attempt this once every however long. I'm just going to turn all these off for the moment, right? So then it's going to trigger itself. Actually, we could do a delay activation here. Maybe this works better, right? So trigger itself after 1,000 milliseconds. And hopefully, assuming I'm reading this document, yeah, so here, block. Checked is block, unchecked is unblock. Yep. So it should unblock that. So if we save that, now I do want to check what this allow float is. So it should be under numbers, and it should just be random. Float. So checked, the random value returned can never be the maximum or minimum value itself. The random value returned can be anything including the maximum minimum possible values. Any float value in the menu is omitted if float is set to false. Okay, so that's fine. We don't need to worry about the float. So what we can then do is we almost don't need this first one then, right? Because we're only caring because this here, this if statement, is a bit irrelevant because we're triggering the 0% off of the other. So we're just going to turn this off for the moment. But assuming this all works, if we go back to our game and we just run our starter, all right, theoretically, this should keep going and eventually the dot should pop up. We actually might even run this for a second. Okay. So this is at like 1, right? Yeah. So we haven't hit it. So let's turn this off. And let's change our values for the sake of testing. Let's go, 1 to 10. And we can actually even open up variable. Oh, so it was definitely doing the random number. So our random number is now, it's like 53. If we run this to if we check on it, it hasn't changed. So it's not triggering itself. So let's do this delay activation again. Let's do 1000, save. Okay, and we're actually going to open up our dock in here, our deck hopper. And we're gonna see if triggering it through here works better. It doesn't seem to be. Oh, no, there we go, it's changing. Oh wait, it's because we still got a value at 50. So we're gonna go 5, save. Okay. Okay, so 6, 5, all right. So it did hit 5, but it's not stopping. So let's hit 5 again. Okay. Okay. So even though our random number is hitting 5, it's not triggering the if statement. So why is that? Do I have my... No, it's definitely meant to be that. Oh, no, it's not. So here I've got... Okay, so maybe it's the quotations. Alright, so let's try changing this. We save this. And we run it again. Oh, it hit 5 and it stopped and we got a circle. Okay, so that was the problem. Okay, so that runs perfectly. Okay, so that's our random starter sorted. Okay, so then what we need... okay, actually, I'll go back. I'll show you. Right, so in here, we've got our random number. If we just run this again, we can see it ticking. Yeah, well, it just went straight to 5. But yeah, so if I run it, there we go. So it's 9, 2, 4, 7, 3, 2, 4. So it keeps ticking, keeps ticking. It hit 5 and now it's stopped, right? So it's hit it perfectly, and it will unblock the glitch, which wasn't previously blocked. Okay. So now what we need is this to happen, right? So once it gets to this part here, we still need it to do its save, which it is doing here. So that's perfectly fine. So it comes along, it sets the variable to 1 instead of adding to it. It sets the box in our CVS to 1. And the rest one, it saves it, which is the same thing it's doing down here. It deletes the variable, which is the same thing here. Then we need to trigger the fish catch transitions button, which is this part here, which tells the other thing. And then what we want to do is not block this button, but we want to stop it. So we want to stop button group, and we want to stop this fish command trigger. Stop ongoing, stop queue, include self, and we do that immediately. So with 0 delay. Save. Okay. I may have just been turning the TTS on and off, possibly. Okay, so now this stops. And now we need to do a similar thing over in our transitions. So now here, it goes through, the fish count hits 4, it does all of this stuff, and it will pull a random fish. And at the end of it pulling the random fish, it needs to turn this off and turn the random starter back on. And that might also mean... Actually, no, we don't even need to turn this off. Because this is only being triggered by the fish command. Right, so what we can do is at the very end here, just so that the button doesn't trigger immediately, we can go a stop button group. We can take our random starter. And I believe if we leave it unchecked, it toggles, or maybe not. Maybe we just trigger it, and maybe that's the way to go about it. Let's go back to buttons. No. Okay, so maybe it's just... Oh, that was a reinitialize. Oh. Restores and should works the same as right-clicking on the button. It should be okay. Let's just try triggering it. So trigger button. We want random starter, and we'll put in a delay for this happening, as opposed to a delay to the activation. Let's say if our delay for the source changes 3,000, let's make it 4,000. Okay. So with that saved and that saved, let's save this whole thing. And let's see if this works. And if my thinking is right, it should work fine. So we've got this, we've got our exclamation mark fish, and I'll do it in chat. Okay, fish. There we go. Fish. Okay. Oh, actually, this is nice. We can even see. Actually, I'm gonna show this. So when in the little dock thing, when it gets activated, it even does this little timer thing. But I think what that's doing is it's triggering. It might be triggering the random starter. Because that delay should be happening. So I think I've got the transition in the wrong spot. Yeah, I do. So I need this to occur in here as part of this. So yeah, only if the fish count is equal to 4. Okay. That's fine. So that should be generally okay. Because if the ram star is just turning itself up. So we go fish, fish, fish. So that's our catch. Okay. Now our random starter. I don't even know if that triggered. Let's put in the delay here. And my reason for doing that is I think if we do it this way, it will show up in the dock like the other one. Yeah. So if I click the random starter, eventually when it hits 5, it should do the cooldowny thingy, maybe? What's that for? Oh, it stopped looping. Oh, why has it stopped looping? Okay. What's causing that? But did trigger that. Okay, let's just watch this. Okay. Alright. So we do our fishing. Fish, fish, fish. Got bigger, got bigger. We caught something. Stops. Hasn't reappeared. Yeah, it stopped the loop. Why is it stopped the loop? Maybe it doesn't like the delay here. Oh, now it's going. Okay, hit 5, so we got a catch. Oh, oh. Okay, 1000 doesn't help. Our guy does move to the TTS though now. Fish, fish, caught something. Yeah, there should be a slight delay. There we go. Wait, did it immediately get 5 again? Oh, let's go again. 1. Bigger, bigger. Caught something. Yep, now it's cycling, it's cycling, it's cycling, it's cycling. Still hasn't hit. 5. Caught. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so that's exactly what we want. So we now have this great loop going. That's turning on and off buttons and triggering itself. And when it triggers, everything else is triggering properly. So the next part that we have to test here, right, is so far we know our random counter is working, and that's great. What we don't know is it actually stopping the fish trigger while it's finding the value. So we're going to set this to 100 now. All right. And we're just going to let it go. So we're going to run it. Oh, cycling numbers, good, good, good. All right. And now, in theory, while it's doing that, I shouldn't be able to increase the counter unless it did hit. Did it actually? No. Okay. So that's still triggering. So that's the next thing that we have to stop, because we don't want this fish command to be triggering when it shouldn't be. So let's try add in a block. The block button group. So we want to block this as well. And we actually want to block it first. And we don't want to allow a queue. So we want to block it, and then we want to stop the command. Yeah, random. Let's do that. Okay. And now, when I do exclamation mark fish, it shouldn't matter how many times I do it. Yep. It will not increase. And if we go into our command, we should see that our message count hasn't changed. So even when we do fish, right, our message counter is still at 1. It's not increasing. Whereas if we do our variable, oh, it actually hit 5. Okay. So in that case, now it should increase. Yep, there we go, 2. So 2, 3, 4, that would be the trigger. Now we're back at 1. So now the fish is done. The loop should be triggering over there. And again, it's now blocked. No matter how many times I type fish into the chat. All right. And now, this managed to hit 5 again. Okay, so now it's hit 5. So we can fish. So 1, 2, caught. Yep. Back to 0. Not working. And it should happen immediately. Because we're not queuing stuff. Alright, so that is our random starter. So with that, because our array is saved and everything, we can basically say, right, this is our core. Like this bit here is our game. All this other stuff is just kind of like stuff that's helping me, and this is TTS. These arrays just kind of let us update things. So the create CVS, in this case, we only used it once. We just needed to make the CVS realistically at this point because we have it. It's unnecessary. I could delete it, but I'm not going to, just in case I ever have to remake it, because everything is referenced here properly. If it was ever deleted or there was a problem, it means all I have to do is push this button and we're back on. Game plug and play. We're all good. Whereas if I deleted this, I have to go through and I have to make sure that all these column names and everything are all in the right spot. With the array, kind of the same deal, right? Where what this will do is it will delete whatever the current catch list is, so we can add to it as much as we want, and then we just push this run button and it makes a new one. And now this plugs into the rest of it. So it's a really easy way for me to update the array, add stuff without need to do it. This code base here was really just me figuring stuff out. So that's all in here. Yeah. Without any issue. And thankfully, because we worked out the split to array stuff, I was able to actually get rid of all this string replace also. Now that we updated the array stuff properly. That was handy. So this actually doesn't need to be here. This was all just the weight related stuff. Again, this is all in there. This was also me mucking around with that, so we can delete all this. And this was just the explanation for doing the erase random object, and that those buttons we just pulled from directly from the SAMMI info, that SAMMI document. Okay, so with that, now that we have a successfully looping game, and that's just gonna loop and loop and loop and loop and loop. And we can work out 100 is probably too much. We probably want like 50 or something or other. We can go here, edit appearance. So this will be random starter. I guess technically it's like game start, right? Game start. I will make it, I don't know, what's a nice color? Let's make it green. Maybe a darker green, so it's not so harsh. Right. Here we go. This is our start button. It's actually not put a start button there just because I'm picky. Okay. So the next part is we're going to need some assets. What else do we need? What did I say at the start of the stream that I wanted to do? I can't even remember now. Can't remember. Yeah. So we're going to have a think of some stuff that we want to catch. Oh, that's right. I want to do some TTF stuff too, but maybe we'll do that in a bit. So let's pull up Notepad. Okay. What we need is a list of stuff to catch. So currently we've got fish, right? So we could do fish and like assortment of fish. Let's go. Okay. So assortment of fish. So currently we've got like shadow, like red, yellow, and blue. What we also probably want is like ransom. So let's say like some trash, like a mug. Might be fun to do. You do like a frog. Yeah, maybe like a stuffed animal. Animal. What else could be fun? A walrus. Then we want maybe a pet rock. Pet rock. Man, what would be really dumb to catch? Could do like underwear. Well, maybe not underwear. Maybe board shorts or something like that would be swimwear. Like you caught someone's swimwear. I don't know, a muffin. Let's do with that. So, and we want some like cool backgroundy stuff, right? So like currently the fish just pops up, but we want to make a real show of it, right? We want something a bit more fun. So let's save our notepad. Yeah, fishing game stuff. Catch ideas. So just saves that. Alright. And then we probably want some sort of like background that appears. Like you want the catch to be something special. We might even want like tiers based on rarity. So let's just say we had our fish, right? Well, let's just say insert our shadowfish as a new layer, as an example. And we'll sort of center it. And let's just say this was like a fairly common catch. We might want actually let's just say this was like trash. So I think we should have like a tier level. Like we should have like really bad stuff that you don't want. Then you should have like, cool, this is a catch, but this is like a fairly common one. Then we should have like rare and then like ultra giga rare. So we'll say like there's a 4-tier system. So we'll make our layer here as trash here. One 4, right? So we'll go trash tier. We'll do where's our rename? Common. We'll say rare. And then we'll just do like ultra rare. Okay. So I think trash tier, like trash. We really want like some flies. Where's my brush? Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna have some black flies. Gonna be like, right. I'm just doing this with a mouse, so we can pass these concepts onto my lovely partner. And or find a drawing pad. I can even do this by hand really and scan them in. That's always a possibility. So you kind of want like some flies, like maybe some stink lines. Let's make brown stink lines, right? Oh god, I cut the curve right. Stink lines. Yeah, there we go. Right, and this can be for like you caught a mug and you do this. And we want this as like as some sort of background that we can apply to most things. So for example, if we had a size limit on all the stuff we can catch. So if we say all things that we can catch like must fit in this box. There's our template, for example. So all things we catch have to fit in this space. Right, so our fish is actually outside of that, so we would have to transform this to fit. Right, so this would be like this size, okay? And then we would be able to do like our trash tier stuff. Right. We can have, we grab that, and then we should be able to move it. Yeah. Right. So then we could have like these kind of off to the side, or like in places where like we can basically apply the background to whatever. We might not even do a square, maybe we'll do a circle. Maybe a circle makes more sense actually. Just because you can kind of put stuff around a circle a bit nicer. So let's add in a layer. Say a circle. let's say a circle of about a perfect circle. Yeah, let's do that. Why did that go? Oh, it's because I've got that selected. There we go. Perfect circle. Let's center this to be like here-ish. This here. Right, and then let's just erase what we've got on our trash layer. Let's start fresh. So, trash. Okay, so again, we want to put in our little flies. And we could even like animate them if we wanted to too. It'd be cool to have some animations associated. But we really want, where is it? Brush. But we really want like little black flies going around. And then stink lines. Like this, right? And then we will want some kind of text layer. So let's add in a layer here too, right? And we want text that does the same. And we probably potentially even want it on like to follow a curve. I don't know how you do that in this program. I know how you do it in Illustrator, but not in this. Okay, but we're gonna just do. Oh, come on. Okay, so it's not with a selection. Let's see if it's with a circle. Let's say we do that. We move this to be sort of concentric. Sort of roughly. Yeah, it looks alright. And then we want text. But we want it to follow. This might be a Google search. Remove the vector layer. This might be a text along a curve in Rita. Let's see. Bring on curve, align my text to the curve, text to path. Transform the text layer into a paint layer. And select the transform tool on the right. The window with some tool options, choose the mesh. Okay, apparently this is it. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Subtitles, closed captions unavailable. Alright, well, we'll figure it out from that thing. Oh god, the quality is awful. Okay, so makes file, puts a layer. God, what on earth is he doing? Ah, he's just importing something to put the text in by the looks of it. Maybe he's making a logo. Ah, here we go. Curve text. So he makes his text. Ah, 2 paths. Wait, but then you can't, he's just aligning it manually. No. That's awful. What earth would you want to do it that way? Text on a path in Krita. Let's go to it. I don't need that. Hi, Beanie. How are you? How have you been? I'm surprised the text-to-speech didn't at least do your emote. Da da da. Path layer. That's still, I mean, I guess that's better. It's not exactly easy. Yeah, and so there's no great way of doing it. Plus, I'm fairly confident that if we do that, my kitty is sleeping on my lap. Or moving around on my lap and trying to get comfortable. Alright, let's try. It has been. I'm currently in the process of trying to get a fiance visa so I can go over to America. So in the last time I saw you and my dear childhood friend, I've been to America several times and gotten engaged. So lots of stuff has happened. Oh, cute. Yes, I'm sure you did between, you know, guys, dad, and my mum gossiping nonstop to each other about everything that goes on in life. Thank you. It is very big. But it is one hell of a process during the fiance visa. We're sort of getting towards the tail end of it, thankfully. But still a lot of stuff to get done. Okay, so I'm just gonna do this, and admittedly, this is an awful way of doing it. You didn't even hear it from who did you hear it from? Matt, now. Say who's secretly gossiping? I suppose I did update my stuff on Facebook. That's true. Maybe get it off that. I'm gonna transform this. It's not so small. Yeah, man. That doesn't work. Okay. Oh no, that's fine. Thank you, vectors. I heard it from Lynn. How did they know? Oh god, alright. Someone knows too much. You could. Maybe you just know that is true. Maybe you just magic. What was this saying? What is one? Convert. What am I converting this to? Paint layer. But there are tool options here. I guess I don't need to. Oh, it considers it an empty layer. I'm jealous. I love building cat trees and stuff like that. Give it to paint. Oh, actually, hold on. That's too early. I need this to be about right here. Invert, paint layer, and then do this. Alright. Oh, that's mucking with anchors. Okay. Well, I mean, it's something, I suppose. I need something there, something like there-ish. This is gonna sort of come down. I haven't mucked with anchors in paint programs since high school. Actually, I probably did some in university, but for the most part, this is just always a pain. Ends up looking kind of disordered, but at least this is like proof of concept so that I'm not sure I like that as the circle. I think I might just have it as a straight line. Is it, so how is the cap? Little area, not bad. You know the trick to getting him to be gentle when playing? To meow like a little kitten, like a high-pitched squeak, as if like he'd hurt another kitten or something. And he'll learn while young to be gentle when he bites. So Rue is very gentle, doesn't bite hard, doesn't claw. Because I would squeak every time she did as a kitten, and she learnt to be very gentle about it. Which of these? That's gonna limit and okay up to limit. Cool. That'd be like kind of our proof of concept. Ah, that's really good. Okay, yeah, so it's still pretty young. I can't remember. I think what's the usual stuff when you get a cat? I can't remember how old Rue was when I got her. I think he was, I think it's like 4 to 6 months is usually how long you keep him with the mother. I can't remember. It's been too long. But I know the breeder was very much on the the longer end of like you keep the kitten for as long as like vets would recommend for doing it. But 8 months is a good age. So what we want, we're gonna hide that, and we want to. We kind of do want this bit, but we want to crop the whole thing so that the file isn't quite so big. That's very roughly. And crop. Okay. We'll do file, save as, and this will be yeah, test. And we'll just save this. Actually, we'll do tier base template. And then we'll save the PNG. Yep. Save the PNG separate. This would be test. Okay. That we can go back into OBS and we will just replace this image here, this one here for the moment. So that's our trash, and then we'll do other ones for the other one. So let's remove the shadow one for the moment. And we'll bring in one of the other ones. So what's next? Red. Insert as new layer. Yep. We want that. New layer. Transform. Bring him in, and we use our inner limit so that we get our sizing right. Although I suppose the limits are more for when we make new stuff, but we'll use it for the moment. Yeah. And then we'll edit this vector layer, which is the text itself. So we're saying, so this is going to be common. And we'll worry about specific places and stuff when we do finals. So I'll hide this. What's going to be for common? What we might want is maybe we just want like a circle, so it's like nothing particularly special. Big circle behind it of some color. Get rid of that circle for the moment. get our color right first. So let's say blue or something rather. Yeah. Even have the text overlap slightly, but it's nothing all that special. And we want our fish to be at the top. Oh god, the red and blue is awful, but actually I am going to change that because that hurts my eyes a bit to look at. Yep. Yeah, it's not so harsh. Okay. And then we want to go save as for the PNG. Yeah, we did that test fish, but we'll do. Let's just do common fish. Common. Just to see how our backgrounds look. And then we will save the creator file again. But we've got all our concepts. Where are we? What's the extension just for the creator stuff? That's brush preset. We don't care about brush presets. Archival image? No. How on earth did the creator file get saved? CI. Creator document. Okay, alright, I mean. Oh, there it is. Hiding at the very top. And then we want to remove the red one. And we want our green one. And we transform him. And this will be our rare one. So for rare, we might want something that's like a little bit more spiky and interesting. Probably not yellow because that's going to burn my eyes. If I do that on the green. Not like... that kind of thing. Yep, that still burns my eyes, but we'll... look like a pink. Does a pink burn hurt? No, it looks bad, but... I can't do green on green. Need a less harsh red. Maybe just have it a bit washed out. No, God, no, still no. Okay, they'll do for the moment. Like ta-da. And then our vector, we want this text adjusted. But just rare. Save that. And then save as PNG. This is what, rare, right? Rare. Okay. And then finally remove our green one. And we'll put in our blue, I think we're up to. Yes, blue. Ultra rare. I feel like you almost have like fireworks and stuff animating. That can all be done once the concepts are in place. We're gonna have it yellow. That's awful. Like that. I just want like a really bright, like golden sort of yellow. Redo. Redo. Is that we might even like put in like a double layer so it's more like this here. Kind of got 2 levels of yellow. 2 yellows of that and like extra little stars or something or other. It's just there. Okay, file. We'll just merge these 2 layers. Why is it merge with below? Okay. Okay, then we save as. And this is going to be ultra rare. Save, and we'll just save as. Create a document, and this will be catch template. Okay. Okay, and with that, we can then go back into OBS and we can replace all of these with their new ones. So the red was the rare one. No, red was common. Blue was our ultra rare. And yellow was our rare. Okay, now what should happen now, that should be all that's needed for this to work. So now's the fun bit. So now we go into our array here and we want to get the weightings right. So in this case, high value is common, low value is rare. So let's say our shows is 100 things or 100 instances of it. We want our yellow fish, which was rare, to be actually 15 is probably about right for that. Our common, which is not our bluefish. Our bluefish is our ultra rare, so that's going to be 1. And our red fish was our common one. That would be like, I don't know, like 75 kind of thing. So if we run this, it will update the array, so delete the old array files and it will create new ones. And then what we should be able to do is go straight into the game, and that should all have been updated. And we should be able to type in our exclamation mark fish. And we do this a couple times and our circle gets bigger, and then we get a trash tier catch. And then what will happen is the game will reset as before. And our little timer should be going in the background in our variable window. So our variable window is ticking along, ticking along, ticking along. And we're actually just going to reduce this back down again. So let's make it like 20. We'll just run that again. So at some point we should see a little black circle appear when the random number hits 5. Which is taking a while. Okay, oh, there it is, 5. Alright, so then our little circle pops up. And then we can fish again. And we got trash again. Yeah, which is good. But that's the game. Oh shit, that hit 5 quickly. Okay, we probably need something here to tell people how to play it. So let's go. Let's just add in some text. Yes, when the dot appears. Okay. There we go. Also, why isn't my TTS working? Did the bridge not connect again? Where are we? It's activated. Connected to core. And it is on. Let's just try it. Cat. There we go. That works. Okay. So that all works. We now have sort of some placeholder stuff for rarity. So now that there's a value assigned. I remember the thing I wanted to do, and now I've forgotten it again. Oh, this is gonna drive me nuts. At some point, I want to be able to divide people into groups so I can have multiple fishermen. Ah, that's right. It was the weight timer. So I wanted to figure out a way to add in a additional timer so that the fish will escape if nothing is done. So, and there's kind of two lines of thinking. So I'm gonna make a comment so I don't forget this. Okay. So the plan here is catch timer. If the player takes too long to catch the fish, the fish escapes. Also, actually, I'll do this. Additional function. Resistance. Over time, the catch counter. How do I put it? Decreases if the fish command isn't spammed enough. Okay. So for that, there shouldn't be anything in here that prevents it from basically just grabbing everything. No matter how many times it's spammed. But we'll test that out. So that's two levels to it. Alright, we're gonna edit this so I don't forget it. Appearance. This is gonna be next tasks. Okay. And we can even start doing it in here. So I'm not really sure how to do the player takes too long. It's possible that we can run some sort of counter in the same way that we did this counter here, and have it just constantly tick every however often. But we need some way of tracking time. Now we've got this delay, and it's possible that we can add a delay in a button. Oh, that's probably not a bad idea. So what if we had... Put this down here. So what if we made a button here that was time limit? Time limit. And we'll go in and we'll make this time underscore limit. And it had a single command, or maybe just like one or two. And it's the same as our stop button, so stop button all group. Stop ongoing, stop queued, and we can even include self in this particular one. We may need more than one. So let's make sure we've got more than one. And in this case, it isn't a stop self. And then we'll need a trigger as well. Trigger button. And we might just pull it. How are we doing it in here? We're just triggering it. That's it. So let's just copy this. So if we do this, paste in this. And the delay, I'm pretty sure, is just a global thing. Just talk about delay. Command delays. So delays are an absolute and not related to each other. Think of them as a timeline. Hey, Melzy. Keep doing your fish. It should be working. Yeah, keep going. If it's not working, we got issues. Okay, maybe it's not working. Hold on. Maybe it did still work. Maybe I broke it because I was mucking with stuff. 7. Okay. I'll show you what we've been doing. So I added in a random starter game. So it turns out even the TTS isn't working now. What's going on? TTS is having a real day. Yeah, it should be fine. It's doing all that. Doing this. Let's put this on. Save it. I don't know why the TTS is being finicky. I have to muck with that some more. There's something in there that I'm missing. See, there we go. Now it's gone. I wonder. Just slight tangent, 5 minute tangent. I wonder if it's the allow queue. Or allow button. Oh, maybe allow button overlap. I think queuing it is potentially wrong. And it's gonna cause more issues. Okay, sorry. Quick 5-minute tangent to fix TTS. I think that instead of replacing the string, I need to be checking it. So we've got that. Okay. I think what's happening is that it's getting confused with the fish command. So it's trying to read all the fish commands and it's like running TTS, but because I've got it removed like this, it's not working. So what I need it to do is I need it to... Yeah, I'm thinking that like if text contains contains fish, I think it's actually, because it's always going to start with exclamation mark fish, I think I can even do this. If text, I can't remember if I write it like that or not, but we'll find out. Contains, I think this. Then how do I even tell it to ignore it? What TTS stuff do I have? TTS playback. Ah, I know. I can do. So this is the function I like to do before. So I can do button. So this is how I do the timer. I'll go back to explain the timer. But effectively, you can turn on and off buttons. So I can do stop button, stop ongoing, and stop queued, including self. And it's going to be this ID one. Else, let me get rid of that then. Let me grab these. Else do that. Okay. And then I think if I go into... I'm just double checking the value thing. Because it might be that I just do the variable in the value. Yeah, I think it is. I think I could just do this text. Okay. So, I mean, it's still working. Alright, try to do exclamation mark fish and see if it comes through. Okay, good. That's nothing. Alright, now try and... Yeah, so it will... There we go. So it will still do fish if it's somewhere else. I think there is a way to do wildcards like that. So if it contains it at all. Wildcard. There is... Where's the trigger methods? Pull data. There was a thing with wildcards. And I know I read it somewhere. Pull wildcard. In the intro. Oh, all this information's here. Oh, jeez. Note to self, read the introduction, because it tells you a lot of stuff that I probably would have saved me a lot of headaches. To be brutally honest. So I should probably do that. Yeah. Do. Oh, where is it? Was it in strings? It's in strings, right? It's here. I know it's here. Come on, where are ya? Oh, it's not there. Alright, I'm fairly confident that if you do a star ahead and then it's like star at the other end, it will... It's basically telling it if it contains. I know it's in here because I've read it. I can remember reading it. Is it statements and loops? Did they keep it under? Maybe if I just look for star. The space star? Yep. Anyway, I'm fairly confident that if I do cat and then fish. Yep. Damn it. Okay, that's not it. Maybe it needs a space. Okay, try. Cat, fish. No, it's still doing it. Anyway, I'll look into that. There is a way. There is a way to specify from within. Okay. Anyway, that's tangent. Point is, we were doing the start trigger. So what I wrote here was I took this random function, which is just churn out a random number, right? Doesn't matter what it is, right? And you set variables. And then I have that run, and I'm using that as an equivalent to like a random timer. And then it's if it hits that number, unblock the fish command. So what it does is up until this point, the exclamation mark fish, like this button that does the fish trigger, doesn't work. It's turned off, right? Until it hits this number, and then it turns it back on, and it turns this one off, right? So it will stop, or it stops the button, so it won't trigger anymore. If it doesn't hit 5, huzzah! Yes. So, and then if it doesn't hit this number, we're at, it will wait a second and then try again. And then when it appears, and the other thing it does is it shows the little circle, so that you know that it's been triggered. Then it comes in, then this activates, so you can do exclamation mark fish to trigger the counter, and at the very end, when it does the function to change the CVS value back to 1, it will block this trigger and it will stop it, and then this transition here will go through its cycle and do all its thing, and at the very end it will trigger the random starter again, so it starts the loop a second time. Also, because I learned about the button trigger, I now have this so that at the end of each loop of the command trigger, it will trigger this transition button, so that I don't have two buttons operating separately. They're kind of like working together. They're just doing different things, and different functions. So the end result of all of that is we end up going fish, 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 and then fish, and then we've got our rarity. Oh, we got a common one this time. So it does that, right? And then it goes back, and when you do exclamation mark fish, there's nothing happens until that black dot appears. So when the black dot appears, you can go fish, fish, fish again. No, you got it. So the dot goes up. Yep, dot goes up, so it's bigger and bigger. So one more, and then you caught a common one, right? And now it's turned off the fish command, so it won't go any further, right? It won't tick up the timer anymore. It will wait until that black dot appears. Also, there's text-to-speech added to the little fisherman, so when you talk, he bounces up and down. And we can muck with that animation. But my end goal is I have like 2 or 3 of these things running independently, and I'm able to like split the Twitch chat into groups. So like group 1 will get to command one guy, group 2 will command another, and when you come to the stream it will like randomly associate you with a group. And then as you talk within that group, the fishermen can like talk to each other, and there's some reaction stuff as well. So that's sort of like how the interactive element will come into play. Haven't quite got to that. We've got to get like all the base stuff. But yeah, my hope is... But I think it's very possible. So I've seen streamers do things like split their chat. And as soon as I figure out how to do that part, what I should be able to do is just run 3 of these, right? So I'd have 1, 2, and 3. I copy that like 3 times, and at the very beginning, when it does this pull data bit, I should just be able to add in an extra thing that is check to see which group they're in. And if you're in group 1, run the thing. If you're in group 0, sorry, if you're group 2, don't run it. And I don't even think I have to do it in all of them. I think I'll only have to do it in the command trigger, because that's the only one that's actually reading from Twitch chat. So I can just put this in here, and it should be pretty simple to update things at that point. I just have to make sure that these fish things are triggering the right one. But I'm pretty excited. Okay. Essentially what's happening is the end goal is to have yeah, essentially the end goal is to have multiple of these running simultaneously, so that the Twitch chat gets automatically split, and then depending on what group you're in, you control a different person, you talk as a particular person, and then you can have like 2 or 3 people sitting around a pond fishing, talking to each other, all that jazz. So yeah, I think it's going to be pretty fun. But before we can get to that part, the current project is to set a time limit so that if for whatever reason nobody is doing the that's all right, we'll get to it. There'll be plenty of opportunities. But yes, so the current project is if for whatever reason the game isn't triggered or isn't completed within a certain time limit, the fish got away and reset it. And we can even have like a little fish got away sort of thing. But I think the simplest way to do that is to have something with a delay. So the delay will act independently of everything else. So what we can do is we can have a delay of like, I don't know, what's MS? So 4,000 would be 4 seconds. Let's just say it's like 30 seconds, so we'll say 30,000. Alright, so all of these have a delay, and the delays act independently of each other, so it works on like a global. So it's not going to be this stop button goes and then waits for the next one and then waits for the next one. These all should trigger at that 30,000 mark. And if I do that, so what I want to do is I want to stop. I effectively want to run. I think I effectively want to run everything that's here, right? Because I want to be able to pull the CVS and reset that too. Because otherwise the count's going to be at the wrong spot. I think what I want to do is, if that timer hits, and then I think I want to go into here. And grab all of this, and this is all going to need this delay. We don't need these parts, and we're going to need some extra bits because we need to pull the variable. So we're going to need to do this part too. So we want to check if this variable exists. And if it doesn't, we need to grab it. I actually think we also need the get box. Oh, we need all of this. We basically have to run this, the majority of this command, now that I think about it. Okay, so I think we actually, yeah, we need to run all this. I'm gonna add in some comments here. Okay. Just, this is gonna be get the VS and reset to 1. Okay, it turns out there's a little bit more to this than I originally thought. So then we need to grab all of these. Put this in here. And then we need to paste this stuff in here. we need to grab this ID. We need to stop that command trigger. And we need to block it. Alright. Which is what we've got. Where's our block? Yeah, we actually do need these bits. We do want to stop it. We want to block the variable. We want to make sure that all these delays are like this. We want to get the fish counter CVS. We need to grab it. We need to set it to 1. And then we need to save it and delete the message count, which is what we run there. We need to trigger the start button to do away. We need to add in the source change. So we need to make sure that all circles go back to none. Which can just be this bit. And then we need to stop this. Okay. Actually, we don't even need to stop this because this can only be triggered by this will only get triggered by the random starter. Right. So here we've got our random starter. So yeah, so if here, oh, that's not what we want. So we can just use this bit here. So we want to trigger the... Okay, what do we call this? Time limit. Trigger the time limit. Okay, and that should be enough, right? So this will run in the background with the delay. And stop things, but we do need... Oh, we need an if statement. No, we don't. What we need is we need an additional thing in here so that when we trigger the random starter button, oh, undo. We also put in a stop function for the time limit. So now, stop ongoing and stop that. And that would trigger at the same time as triggering that. Actually, no, we want this to go immediately, right? I think I just turned TTS off. Nope, I did. Okay. Okay. So we want the time limit happening immediately because we don't want it triggering when it shouldn't. So yeah, that's like successful completion of game. Okay. Okay, so now, in theory, this will work. Alright, let's do some fishing just to trigger it. Fish, 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 fish. And I got trash. Okay. That triggers, it stops. So what should happen is eventually a dot will appear, and then when 30 seconds has passed, it should turn everything off. So if we just leave it for 30 seconds and talk about our day and how great we all are, it should turn off and reset back to 0. Everything should work flawlessly because I'm just great at what I do. And then we can all pat ourselves on the back and go home. Yes, so there we go. So it went to 0, and now if I do fish, now nothing should happen. Fish, fish, fish. Yep, nothing happens. Perfect. So now it's reset. So now there's a timer on how long the fish will stay on the hook, and that someone has to activate. There you go. It's getting bigger, it's getting bigger, getting bigger. Hey, you got a rare one. Yeah. There you go. So now that the dot's gone, it's resetting. Dot's back. So now you're good to go. So then you keep going fish, keep spamming fish, keep spamming fish when the dot appears, and then you'll eventually catch. And if you don't within the time limit, it'll just disappear. Yeah. And it stopped the timer there. Perfect. Okay, yep. So it's all working flawlessly. Well, too. And the way I'm able to do it, let's just do a source capture or something. I'll just do a display capture. Let's grab this one. Okay. So what I'm looking at, just so that maybe I should include this in the corner while we're doing testing and stuff. So on this little dock, I can see this little shadow going down. That's how I know that the time is going. So when the game completes, this will go back to like completely grey. That little shadow will go. But if we let it tick down and we let it tick down, we can see that should turn off in a second. I think the shadow is lying to me about the specific timing. But at least I know the shadow is doing something. Yep, there it goes. Alright. So the shadow has lied a bit. So what's interesting is the shadow is showing that it's like activated again, but it shouldn't be activated again. So the fish is back. Let's see if it goes away like too quickly this time, or it's fine. Because it seems to be fine. I think it's just a visual thing in the deck hopper side of it. And it may be the deck hopper doesn't quite keep up with the starting and stopping of the button quite as well as it should. But it seems to be good. Like it's stable, it's not turned off even though that shadow's not there. There it goes, and there it goes. And then it's back again, and then this is triggered again. Alright, so yeah, we're all good. Working flawlessly. We have a gameplay loop. Now we just need to add some level of difficulty. Now, our current way of doing the count is to have this count up each time. So what we need is something triggering, and it's probably going to be in a similar vein to the time limit. So this will be difficulty. Okay. So what we need here is we need something similar to this, where we're grabbing it. We don't need the if statement, I don't think. Actually, we do need the if statement. Because we don't want it to get to negatives. I mean, technically we could, but we don't really want to. Okay. Oh, do we just want all of this? We actually just kind of want all of this, and we just want to run it in reverse. The issue is it going to cause problems with two things trying to use the same file? For example, if the command trigger is trying to grab and update the file each time and then save it and then reload it, I think it's going to cause issues with the other thing. So I wonder if what that means we need to change our trigger to command to load the count. I'm not gonna lie, that would be a very funny failure mechanism. Like, if you fail, you get like pulled into the water and the fish catches you. Actually, I'm gonna write that down. That's not bad. That's actually okay. Actually, it's kind of a good idea. Okay. Fail equals fish catches you. And we'll just see if I remember what on earth that means later. So yes, so currently... Oh jeez, just pretend that doesn't exist. So currently we're checking this message count number. And I wonder if we pull this... Definitely. You're assuming I'm selling this in any way, shape or form. I actually kind of wonder if I can just do away with the CVS. Alright. And just run a persistent variable now that I'm doing it this way. It honestly would be. Like, and it wouldn't be too bad to do, because you would run a GIF of them like falling into the water and a splash. So you'd run a short animation, and then like afterwards, like they climb back out or something or other and get back on. So it's just running a GIF of something. And then turning off the GIF once it's finished running. So as long as you get the timing right, that is actually very doable. Alright, we'll do. we'll do battle passes and DLC. Maybe that could be the... It's true. What I should do is I should add in like a bits counter, right? And just have it set up so that it can go into the negatives. So every time you fall in, it just goes into negatives. And the only way you can increase is by donating bits. It doesn't mean anything. Like, there's no reason for it. It's literally just a cash grab. And that's how we become true AAA game studios. Yeah, so I'm kind of thinking that we don't actually need the CVS. I think the CVS made sense when I was trying to figure this out. So initially I was using this CVS. Yeah. Oh, I suppose I kind of am using the CVS in multiple locations anyway, right? It might be okay. So initially I did the CVS because I was going to use it in multiple buttons, but I think you can actually load variables from different buttons. Because there's a get variable. Get variable type. I think I was doing that somewhere. If I'm setting local variables here, that's the random number. This actually doesn't even need to exist because I don't need to pull trigger data anymore. Delete variable. Dropping button. The toggle? That was get status. Okay. Back to the document. It was like in here, right? All global variables are stored. Oh, we don't. Button variables. Button variables are stored in each button. They can be accessed from other buttons if their own button is set to persistent. Which I think, yeah, local variables persist. We're allowing overlap with that button, which is what allows it to be spammed properly. So we can get button variable command. And is created or updated by set button variable. Okay. So in theory, we actually don't need the CVS. And we could just create the variable here and reference it in other buttons. So let's just let's make another comment here. Let's see. If the CVS fail, consider the get button variable and set button variable options. So that here is get button variable and set button variable. What? What do you want? Say variable as cannot be empty. Okay, well, I was just gonna store them in there for the sake of reference, but I'll just leave the note then. That's saved, right? Yeah. Okay. So let's just try the load. Let's just try steal this and run it in reverse. So we don't need trigger data. We do need to check if the CVS exists or not. We're not unloading it here, right? We're just loading. Delete variable, load the text from the any file, run a case statement. No, we don't unload it here. So it should just be in here, correct? We're not actually seeing it. Maybe we're not loading it, we're just checking. It should be fine actually. 'Cause I think we're just... No, there's going to be overlap. That's the problem. So if we're grabbing the box each time, this runs and it does -1. So let's just say this is at like, if this grabs the box when it's at 4 and it's progressed to like 7 and then it updates the box down to 3, it's just going to set the box at 3. So if things are mid-function, we run into problems. So what we can do, because our command trigger is turning it to this message count number, we can grab that variable here and do a -1 each time. Okay, let's do that. So if this is this box fish command trigger, so we need to get button variable. So we need to grab the variable message count from button ID. Okay, what is it? Crap, can't remember. Fish command trigger is what I called it. And then what message count number? The get button, no, not text, get button variable. We want get button variable. We want button ID fish command. We want message count. Actually, can I save it now? I'll save variable as message. Yep. Message count. Why did I name these as... Oh, I did actually remember it. That's good. but I do want to copy paste just to make sure all spelling, everything is right. So we want to get that variable. We want to add in this if statement, but it will be slightly varied. So we want it to be -1. So if it's currently we have this in, so if it's greater than 1, set it to -1. And then we need it to update the variable in the other one. We want set button variable. Let's go down, and then we want that variable to be equal to this. All right, yes. Should be okay. Because it is a number, so we don't need to put it in quotations or anything like that. And then we want to activate we want to trigger the button. It's going to be difficulty. And then we want to trigger itself. So it triggers itself, but we want it to have a delay. And the delay will be pretty much what causes this to happen. So let's just put the delay at 3,000. Maybe like 4,000 for the moment. Maybe like 4 seconds. Now all of this stuff here we don't need, because this is all to do with the CVS stuff. And we don't need this triggering other buttons, we just need this updating stuff. But if and if the message count is over 1, just run the thing again. And skip all this bit. And then what we need is another trigger in here. For difficulty. So that this runs. And then we need another stop. in our time limit. And I think we only need the stop function. I don't think we need the block because nothing's triggering it. So this would be difficulty. So this will stop that. Or if this happens, then we stop difficulty as well. Okay, so now, in theory, when the time limit ends, so let's just do our fishing. So we fish away, we fish away, we fish away. Okay, it stopped. So this random variable is ticking away. Tick, 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 tick. 7, 16. Okay. So that goes, it does its thing. Eventually our dot appears. Okay, fish, fish. Right, now if I leave it, it should go back down. Didn't go back down. Let's actually make this faster. We actually also want it to trigger the transition so it goes in real time. We want to copy this. Yep. Actually, I think we stick the delay in here. We can delay the activation, but I actually think delaying the trigger kind of works better. Yeah, let's see how this goes. Just make this a bit bigger in OBS too. Okay, so we've got our dot. So now, if I do this once or no, that's not a thing. That's just me saying 1000. I think TGS broke again too. Really gotta figure that out. Okay, so that triggered twice. But we're not seeing it go back down. I know why it's not going back down. Because the if statements don't really allow for it. This was the tricky bit. So because there are ranges, I needed to be able to check for a range. Because currently, for example, right, so if this shows a value of 2, then it will show 2 and 1, but there's nothing to remove them once they're seen. Until the whole thing is done. So I'm guessing the count itself is working. We can actually probably look at here, right? So currently the count is 3. Alright, it went away. The timer got me. That's there. So currently the count, and now it's 2, and now it's 3. I wait a little bit. No, I got to 4. Okay, I'm not sure the message count is updating because the trigger isn't going. So we might even need to add in the trigger for this. If we go, where is it? There's one here too. Scripters. I think we also need in here to trigger this command trigger as well, so that it updates it properly. Because I'm pretty sure currently it's not getting updated in that section. Also, this needs a 0. Okay. That's the random start. So if we look at this variable window, okay, so it's 2. What we should be seeing is this updating. Can we see the catch transition is being triggered? Okay, hold on. Save this. Save the deck. Maybe that's a problem. The deck hasn't actually updated. Okay, so our difficulty is triggering way too quickly. But that is triggering. So we should be seeing it reflected here. But it's not, which might mean that we're having an issue with these bits. Okay, so I think we need... This shouldn't require... Fish counter in all the white spots. It shouldn't need that beginning. We only need it when it's pulling specific text, right? Where's my introduction notes that I never read and should have read? We're inserting another variable. Yeah, but that shouldn't matter because we're not referencing it. So we were able to get that variable, so that's 2. This is also 2, so we're getting that variable fine. It just seems like it's not updating it properly. Is it a timing issue? Do I need to be running all this on a delay? No, wait, why do I want this on delay? I don't want this on delay. Wait, yes I do. Never mind. Not really sure why I would not, why delay activation. I guess the delay activation is separate to everything else, but oh, this is why. Because I changed this. So this should be if this, because I'm saving it as that. If this is that, and then we set that to that. Okay, that's the problem. My stuff was wrong. So now this should be going down. This is running. Oh, 1. Okay. So now if we do our fish, we went up, so it should be 2, but now it's back down at 1. So we should see this move. Okay. Maybe it's because it's a bit quick. Let's try up this. It might even be that we don't need this delay anymore. Like that. let's grab these. And let's just up this a little bit for what we're doing. So variable at 2. Yep. Not that. We need to go fish. We're fishing. Fishing. We caught something that didn't feel right. Not sure that was meant to happen. So if that goes off, it should stop the difficulty, yes. If this gets to the end of its cycle, it should stop difficulty, yes. Okay, so that's there. Our difficulty should be... Wait. Why did that trigger a catch? This should be going down. Oh, okay, hold on. What's going on there? Am I triggering the fish counter? No, not anymore. I'm just getting the button variable. Okay, I've somehow managed to get it to self-catch. How? That shouldn't be happening. Why are you self-catching? Oh no, I broke it. Breaking it was not in the cards. This was meant to work flawlessly. Okay, what's causing it to trigger? Is something queuing? That's not queuable. We're stopping the queue. We're not allowing the queue. Not allowing queue. No. No. And now it's just ignoring the commands altogether. Yep, 1. Okay, I'm gonna start. What is going on there? Yeah, it's just like not going up at all. Okay. The problem 1 is that our transition is pulling from the CVS, which isn't going to work because the CVS isn't updating. I think we have to just run it as a as a regular variable. I think trying to do this extra level of complexity to it, I think running it with the CVS just isn't going to work. So we need instead to get button variable. We need to do the same thing that we did over there. I need to... We need to start by grabbing this. And we need to save it as... I'm just going to turn these off. We need to save this variable as fish count. Yep. And then at the end, we're going to need a delete variable. We don't want all, we only want the fish count. And that's going to be 0. So each time we grab it, run through the thing, delete it. I don't think there's anything in here once running that is gonna need that. I probably should put it in each time, right? I should have it in here. Within that switch statement. That's the successful catch. Then we want it in here too. So that way, if the fish count is whatever, it updates it. It deletes the variable when it's done. And then if it's 4, do all its stuff. And then delete the variable. Okay. So in this instance, I'm just gonna make a copy. Let's make a comment. Old CVS load version. And I'm gonna take all of this, except that, and I'm just gonna move it in here. And then that's gonna get checked off. I'm gonna copy it though. Turn that off. Copy this in. And we'll do it without CVS, so now I can delete the CVS related stuff. So we don't care about that stuff anymore. We just want a persistent variable by the variable of message count. No, we just want message count number even. So we can delete everything, including string to number. All we want is a create set object variable. What was that check? We can check for a variable. We're not waiting until it exists. We just need to create the variable, right? Set button variable. No, because that's not right. That's setting it on a different button. We need to create the variable. Okay, we need variables. Okay, so it's set local variable. That's what we want. We want to full local variable equal to 1. We want an if statement. And I think in this case we can do if. I think this has to be in quotes because we're not after a value. So if the message count number equals, I think we can do exists. Where's the introductory commands? Remade Gerald Caramel. Now I need to case statement. Let's just switch statement related stuff. Can I do if message count equals true or exists? Do that. And then else do everything else. Oh wait, no. If it's like -1, right? If it returns -1, do that. Otherwise, just do everything else. I think that works. Fish counter exists. We don't need any of that. We do want to delete the variable. In this case, it's going to be deleting the variable message count number. Oh wait, was I updating the wrong thing? Oh, maybe I was. Hold on. No, it's updating message count number. Hold on. No, it was fine because I was updating number. It saves this as this variable. I think because I was switching the variables, it was just never going to work. Okay. But now we want delete that, and then we do all that stuff. We don't care about setting boxes, we don't care about save. We do want to delete the message count at the end no matter what. We do want to trigger the button. And we want to delete that. Okay. Run. Okay, maybe we pull the CVS just for the sake of loading the variable. Because at least that was loading it in easily, right? And I could do this. So we can do these two. And then we can get the box to save the variable. No. If we did that, and we change. Oh, we still need to change that to a string. So all this loading stuff. We got the box. We grab the number. Off. We stick this in here. Okay, so we check to see if it exists. If it doesn't exist, load it. But actually, we even want more than that. If it doesn't exist, load it. Get the box. change it to a string. Right. So this way it creates the variable and we just name it message count number. Okay, so this way we create the string no matter what. And it goes to 1. And then we don't update it. This is just creating the local variable. And if it already exists, don't touch it. At which point, there's no need for us to delete the variable. We can just set it. And we don't want to delete the variable. We want to keep it. So if we run this, we now have our message count variable. And it will stay there. Our difficulty here should just be referencing it and not mucking with the CVS. Good. Our transitions. We now no longer need the CVS stuff at all. And we're not saving or doing anything to the CVS, which is good. We're not referencing it, we're not grabbing it. We're just getting that variable. Okay. And we're pulling that. And we're saving it as that. Let's hit this. That's all correct. That's getting the message count number and we're saving it as something different here so that they don't get confused. Okay. In theory, what should happen is if I look at this variable window and we run our thing and we do exclamation mark fish. It's not getting bigger. And it's not updating. Why is it not? You're still at 5. You haven't re-triggered. There's no reason for this not to be updating. We're pulling this info. It updated to this, which is a 33%, so we got to 2. Is the difficulty too high? That variable -1. Set that variable. trigger the transition, which is the visual effect. Trigger itself. That's all fine. This is still triggering a fish. Alright, let's wait for this to run. There's our dot, so yeah, it's just like never getting higher. Right. It's not going up. Yeah, so it should be -1. The thing that we did +1. We're setting the number. Okay. If I turn off the difficulty stuff, does that change anything? So when this hits 5, okay, so that activates. We go fish, gets bigger. Okay. So it's not. The variable isn't going up. So let's go command. Then we go new no CBS version. Okay. I do all of this and uncheck that. Let's put this in here. So if I turn this off and I turn the old one back on, then we keep the difficulty off and we just grab the button variable. Does it fix things? Okay, let's change our random chance to like 5 so that it always hits. So we don't have to test watching. Okay. So now go back to the old CVS. We fish. It updates. Yeah, so it's updating fine when it can re-pull from the CVS and it's got something new to reference. Although that did just break when it went back to 1. Okay, I'm going to delete that and run it. So if we're doing this again. Oh, it's not creating the variable anymore. What? Why? That's off. What's... Yeah, I'm deleting the fish count variable at the end, but that shouldn't matter. Oh, what have I done? Let's save the deck and reload it. Okay, so we're here. Fish. Oh, is it because of this? Nothing there is off. That's all off. This is triggered at 5. There is absolutely no reason why it shouldn't be creating the CVS. That's all just grabbing the trigger stuff from the channel. That doesn't matter. Okay, so at least we know what the problem is. Okay, we'll run. Okay. So that all exists already. There we go. Fish. Yeah, again, it's not going up. even though the CVS exists, it should be updating the CVS. Ah, ba 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 ba. So count 1. There, we run it. Like it's not saving it. Am I not? Is this the issue that I'm not deleting the number? This is exactly what I had before. Why is that not? Still 2. We might update it. And this should be fine because it's just grabbing the variables. That's not an issue. And it's not messing with the CVS, so that's not an issue. Is it this? Alright. Yeah. I've managed to break it trying to do the difficulty thing. Yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it? And I can't work it out. Also, why isn't TDS doing stuff? My other irk in the background. Okay. We're gonna try restart. Oh yeah, the bridge is down. Connect. He's breaking. Yeah, I'm gonna reload Sammy and see if this fixes it. Okay, so it gets the number. But it doesn't update it anymore. Why does it not want to update it? Set box to whatever message count number is. If it's less than 4, add 1. Then save it. All of that's disabled. This is literally everything that we had before when it was working. But now it just doesn't want to work. Okay, let's see if it's causing problems there. We run this. Run. Still at 1. Is it because it's under information? I swear, if that's the reason. Wait, no, it shouldn't be. That doesn't make sense. So hits 5, activates everything. Okay, 2, 3, 4, back to 1. That's fine. Is because this isn't working like this. So if I do 4 to 6. Okay. Run. Did it work before? I think getting the button variable instead of running it from the CVS is breaking it. That's all off, so this shouldn't matter. Yeah, it's struggling. It's struggling with something. Two, 3, 4, all the way back to 1. Okay, I think it's with the triggering, the turning on and off with this. So if I just run this, 6, 5, so it hits 5, this triggers, we run that, 2, run that, 3, run that. Okay, but that all worked there. Run this again, 6, 5, hits 5. I wasn't exactly watching stream, so that was working. I think this is struggling to get the button variable. It's probably this. That's happening before the trigger. No, because we're not even deleting the message count number. We're only deleting message count, which is this one. This is persistent. That gets to 5. 1, 2. So that part is working. That goes there, there. But that's not updating. So it looks like we don't have a choice. The variable is definitely a value, so it's counting up. So it's looking like we have to use a CVS. I think we can turn this. Back on. Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. I want to copy it. I think we need to put this back. And turn that off. It seems like trying to do it the other way just ain't working. Fish can exists, load it, get the box, turn that into a number, run it against the values. Delete the variable at the end. We get the box every time, so we don't need to unload it. Run it. I'm going to go back to 1 and 10 just to give this a bit of time. Now this should be triggerable. 2, 3, 4, 5, but doesn't catch. So this is working because after the reset to 1, it is blocking itself, which is what we want. So that's all working. It's just now the transitions that's not working. Yep. Oh, is it because I've got the existing variables? Okay. Run this again. Just run it again. Wait until we hit 5. Okay. So this is now activated. We run. 2, 3. The circle should have gotten bigger. And it didn't. We should. Why is it not? Okay, is there something here that's blocking this box? If I run it manually, it will update. So it's getting, okay, it's getting the information. Okay, hold on. Turn off the CVS stuff. If I run this trigger now, oh, I've got the timer going. Okay, so we run that, hits 5. This is now active. Run 3. It should be triggering the transition. So the message count number, which is the variable over here, should be at 4. But if I do this, it's currently at 0. If I delete it and run it again, it can't even find it. And we run this again. 4, 7, 9, 3. Hits 5. Run this. We're at 2, 3. So we should see here, but we don't. This part here, this... Where are we getting message count from? Like we're not getting this. Why though? This is the button ID. Right. That's it. We're grabbing message count number, which is this. We can copy the variable name from there. If this is on, so this is grabbing it just fine. Does that set it to 3? Oh, that's 2. But actually, in fact, is that actually running? It pulled it down to 2. If I run this, back at 5, okay. So we're at 1, run, 3, okay. Run that, 3, 2, okay, so it's doing its job. I get the feeling this has to be 0 for some reason. Really doesn't like going... Oh no, there we go, 1. So this is actually doing its thing where it counts down. The issue is over here, because it's not pulling the data. Oh no, we've got fish count 1 here now. Okay. Hold on, we might be getting somewhere. That's it. So we got 5. Run. Okay. Bricks. Oh, what is it doing? What happened? This was all running flawlessly. Until I tried moving away from the CBS and using the local variables. Okay, hit 5. Three. But then there's just nothing here. I really can't see a good reason as to why this isn't working. Alright, the economic documentation is just taking me to that, right? Yeah, it is. Never mind, that's not what I want. Okay. I get the feeling that the best course of action is to kind of rebuild it. Because something busted when we had this difficulty thing running. In fact, let's just delete the thing that was breaking it all. Actually, maybe not. Uncheck all. So time limits off. Random start should still work and is still working. Alright. It does its thing. It goes to the random number. When it hits, we get everything else going. So random thing hits the random number. Unblocks that, changes it so that this is 0. So if I manually undo that and then run it, when it hits we should still get our dot. Yep, so that'll works perfectly. triggers the other stuff. I've got those two turned off, so let's just turn those off for the moment. And it stops this. Okay, so if we run it again, it's 5. We all know that's working fine. Next it comes into here, and this gets triggered. And if we run this, we can get to 4, resets to 1, and a whole bunch of stuff. So let's go back to the start. So we run this again. I think it hit 5 right away. We run this again. We wait, we wait, we wait. It's 5. Command triggers there. It runs. It's counting up. As that counts up, we get no variable at all for thing. But I am having it delete the variable, so maybe it's meant to be. But I'm only having it delete the variable. Oh no, I'm having it delete each time. What if I don't? What if I just make sure I get the variable each time? We're still at 2, we run it. 3. That did get bigger though. We run it. Oh, we caught something. Okay. So the random timer should happen again. Cool. So we run it. And it breaks because it's not going up. Okay. Try this again. So we nothing. We run that. Port. Run. Bigger, bigger, catch. It goes back. Catch, run. Okay, so something's going wrong with the blocking, is my guess. So where do I have it blocking? I only have it blocking itself. Okay, hold on. So we know we don't need the CBS. Okay. If that's all functional and working, let me just go to... Oh wait, no, Man. Comment. Okay, so we know this bit works with the CVS setting and all that jazz. Okay, let's pop this in here. Okay, let's start this again. Rerun it. Get rid of that. 5, that appears. We go to our command. We run it. Okay, so we know this still works. Run, catch. Okay, so the current problem is with the looping. We're going to turn that off, but we're going to put the new version on and we're going to just see if that works. So we run this until our little dot appears. Our dot appears. Okay, so we know running the message count without the CVS doesn't seem to want to do it. Let's just delete these just to be on the safe side and run again just in case there was a bit of confliction. Okay, so that's that. Okay, so we only ever see our message account number here as 1. It's possible that that's a result of only looking at the CVS. Okay, well that's how things I have to look into. But that's not what we're trying to do, we're just trying to fix it currently. Run. Oh, true, it doesn't like it when I don't reset it properly. Run. Wait for a little circle. There. That's that. Okay, then that should be running. Circle appears. Run. No breaks. So it always breaks on the second loop. Which to me says it's probably locked, because if I run this again, it hits 5, it works again. So it's like, actually, is it because I'm in it? No. Okay. My guess is what's happening is the block is not happening. Like, it's not coming off for some reason. So what I might do is, just in case, this might be a little bit redundant, but it might protect things. I copy this. If I add in a stop to everything else going on, probably both on that button as well as this, because that's off, so that should, and that's off, so neither of those should be doing anything, and they're not even being triggered. Let's just do this as a test. So we run this. Wait until it hits 5. It's 5, we're all good. 1, 2, 3. It does its thing. We wait until it hits 5 again. Here's 1. No, still nothing. No, the bot goes first. That's right. The block presents the trigger and the stops everything else happening. Actually, I don't need that. Let's get rid of that. Try that. Also, this didn't work, so we don't care about these. That's again 5. Okay, run. 2, 3. There's that. Yeah, it never seems to work on the loop anymore. For some unknown reason. And it seems like that's irrelevant of all the other stuff. Even the counter. So if that is the case, then when I run it, what should happen is the dot should appear, this should go. Alright, so we got to 2 there. We're at 3. This difficulty should bring it back down. It triggers it anyway. The difficulty is a hard no until we work out how to get that variable stuff working. So the question is, what's happening differently what's the difference between me triggering this manually or triggering it the second time? And triggering it the first time. Oh, that time didn't work. So now that the loop is going, also these should all be the same. That worked. With the timeout. And that worked after. I'll just give it a little bit of time, maybe. Okay. No. It's not that. What if it is a time thing? Okay. If I set this to 50. No, run it. Does that change anything? Eventually they'll bump. Even if it's blocked by that, it should manually trigger, right? I hit run. No? Okay. What if I make an unblock button? Unblock. That's not it. Lock button group. I grab this. And I have an unblock here, and I just save that. Save this whole thing and we'll reload it. In theory, if this triggers, that works, grabs, goes for the reset. Pressing that does nothing. If I unblock it, it triggers it again. Okay, so that hit, so that's not working. But if I unblock, okay, yep, there's a problem with the block. So for some unknown reason, this bit here, which is meant to be unblocking it, isn't unblocking it. So let's just move this for a second. Just change up the order. And let's put this back to the 10-second one. Okay. And we run it. Okay, hits 5. We'll use our buttons too. So not working. Oh, hasn't hit it yet. Okay, hits 5. Does its thing. Resets. Still not unblocked. Now unblocked. Okay. So we now know what the problem is. The question is, why is it doing it? Because everything else is getting done. Let's just delete that in its entirety. And let's grab the lock button group again. And we go in here. Actually, even better. Let's just copy this exactly because we know that works. Okay, let's remove this and we run this. Run it again to be safe. Okay. So then fish, 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 got a rare. Reset. Still no. Okay. Well, I'm actually kind of baffled. Because there's no reason as to why this shouldn't be unblocking it. I'm gonna try to restart the program. And just see if it does anything. Because as things stand, this is completely correct. Like this is working, or should be working as intended, right? And even this time, it will unblock it. If you run it a second time and you wait, it does work. Maybe it's a time thing. Okay, let's increase the delay for this trigger. Let's say the game doesn't reset for like 20,000. It's like 20 seconds. Maybe 10,000. Let's do 10 seconds. Okay. Move that. Start over. Catch. 1, 2, 3. Catch. Okay, now it should take a little bit before it triggers it again. Catch. No, even that doesn't work. I'm gonna just have a look in here just to see how long it takes to run again. But this should take a couple of seconds. There it goes. Okay, let the time limit's going again, so let's just let the time limit do its thing. There's the time limit doing its thing. Does it work? So it always works on the second trigger. It just doesn't work on the first. That's very annoying. Why would it do that? What if I just wait a while? Let's just see. Just in case there's something going on in the background. So that one shouldn't work. Okay. We reset it. Okay, that works, but we'll let the time limit go off this time. And we will see if... Okay, it's not even like a time... Oh wait, no, hold on. It is a time thing because that worked this time. Okay. So there's something about it blocking and unblocking too quickly by the looks of it. Where like the command isn't going through. Because now it doesn't want to work. Thing is, this is blocking itself. Okay. What if... What if I send through the command twice? Oh, I closed my deck. Where is it? Deck up. Okay, reconnect. Okay. So that works. Theoretically, when this comes around the second time, it shouldn't work. Still doesn't. So triggering it twice doesn't even help it. Okay. What if... we instead... we don't need the delay activation there. We also don't need two of those because that didn't work. No. What if we trigger this external button? I really do and don't want this to work at the same time. What? Argument undefined? What are you talking about? What? Why would that crash it? Button ID, okay. Where's... I need to copy that so I can look. Okay. Command line 7 trigger button. Button ID 11. What? What's the problem? Let's just rename this to this. Like that button has one command and it's to unblock the command trigger. What? That is actually ridiculous. Why would that break it? Like, what? Like, I can press it manually and it's fine. Yeah, the SAMMI is doing something really silly, and I just don't understand why. Um, my only thought is we put in a delay in the hopes that I actually don't even need to stop this button. That's irrelevant. I'll get rid of that just for sake of sanity. Because when it hits 5, it'll stop anyway, because there's no loop trigger in that statement. Okay, that works. Let's see if a delay helps. No, still nothing. Is there a way to check if it's blocked? If I go here. I think there is a check status. Check that. Button. Let's do. Let's tell it not to block itself. Come on, little fish. Yep, works every time. Kitty, you're in the way. Okay, so here I'm not blocking at all. Oh, interestingly, it still doesn't wanna. Wait, hold on. So the counter goes regardless, but nothing updates? Why? Okay, what's going on over here? Oh, it's because this is still running. If this delay goes to 3000 like it was before, which is what the source change thing is. Yeah, which is exactly what I didn't want to happen. Okay. So it has to have the block. And it does need to do it on itself. Because you don't want it ticking up any further. Okay, so it got blocked by the time at that time. Oh, this is some troubleshooting and a half. The worst part is I don't know what the problem is. It's the solution. Leading that bit. Because there really is no good reason why it's not getting unblocked like it was before. Just hit 5 right away. No. Yeah, ridiculous. Alright. I am gonna leave it there and tackle it again with fresh eyes and try and understand what on earth is going on. Because that really makes no sense. My only thought is it's got something to do with timing. But I might I may even just like go back in the mods and try and rebuild it based on where it was at when it was working. Because we got everything, including the time limit, working. It was just the difficulty that didn't do it. And the second that we started trying to do stuff for the difficulty and swap over to the trigger pull data, no, the trigger pull data, the accessing local variables, everything just mucked up. And I can't work out why. So, thanks for watching this very long 5-hour stream. I will be back on Friday to tackle this again and figure out what is going on and what more we can add. So, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.